be told if we use CDBG, you know, at a local street, we're using it as CDBG eligible area, which is low income rentals. So like giving those people the ability to do something like that, I think is a good thing. There's no rush. Wanna do that? Yeah, I don't, like, if there's no rush, then we don't need to do something on the fly and make a mistake.
Check, check. Okay. It is 6:30 p.m. Tuesday, May 28th. I'd like to call this meeting to order. We will start with Pledge of Allegiance, and invocation will be given by 6th Ward Council Member Will Forgray.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd ask that everybody take a moment of silence to pray or reflect or meditate, however they see fit. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, if you'll proceed with the roll call, please.
Mayor Mahoney,
Present.
Councilmember Robinson,
Present.
Vice Mayor Dancy,
Present.
Councilmember Gunn,
Present.
Councilmember Wood,
Present.
Councilmember Hunt,
Present.
Councilmember Forgrave.
Here.
Thank you very much. Looking for a motion and support for the adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
I support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'd request that we remove item 11K and postpone that until our meeting in June, our regularly scheduled meeting in June.
I'll support that.
$11K motion and support to remove from the agenda. Any discussion? Okay, seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote.
The special assessment ordinance?
11K.
11K.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's okay. You thought you can leave her.
Said, wait a minute.
Tripping.
Just finished wondering, we need to pass the budget tonight.
Item passes unanimous. And, well, that's what I was curious of also. So that was just a vote to remove item K from the agenda. Motion and support, I think, was already given on the agenda. Any further discussion on the agenda itself? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. And agenda passes unanimously, minus the item K. Okay. We have no presentations or proclamations. We have no public hearings. That brings us down to item number 7, citizens' comment, which I will start the same way we start every meeting, citizen comment with reading the rules for speaking before the city council. Number 1, each speaker will state their name and address prior to addressing council. Number 2, each speaker is limited to up to 3 minutes during the citizen comment portion of the meeting. Council members will not debate or answer questions at this time. Number 3, each speaker should be polite and courteous to the council and members of the public in attendance. While any speaker is free to express his or her opinion on any subject, no speaker may direct personal attacks at any member of the staff or council unrelated to the manner in which they perform their duties, use obscene language while addressing the city council, or engage in disruptive or disorderly behavior during a council meeting. Number 4, should any speaker cause a breach of the peace through their conduct, the mayor may declare the speaker out of order. Number 5, if a speaker is declared out of order by the mayor and refuses to cease and desist from disruptive or disorderly conduct, the mayor may order the person removed from the meeting. Number 6, each speaker may speak once under public comment and may not yield their time to others. Stephanie Riley. Hello.
I'm Stephanie Riley. I live at 727 Glenwood here in Jackson.
Stephanie, would you mind pulling that mic towards you just a
little bit
little
more.
bit? Thank you.
All right, no problem. Seeing that you took it off the agenda, I'm still going to speak to it. The special assessments where I feel that you're taking away people's rights to be able to, if you want to say, retaliate against the city for things that you're spending money on that you're expecting people to add to it at a great cost, when some of the money that you've spent on other issues could have been put towards that very item. So I just feel that you're taking away people's rights to not allow them to speak out and petition the city against it. Thank you.
Matt presenting. Matt, how do you say your last name, brother? Prashazny.
Yeah.
Prashazny.
Yes.
Prashazny. You say something
yeah,
3
no.
times, you remember it.
Yeah, no, you got it.
I
Thanks
don't
for
want to
having
say
me.
it wrong again.
I am Matt Prashazny on behalf of the Jackson County Chamber of Commerce, address 134 West Michigan Ave. My name is Matt Prashazny with the Jackson County Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of nearly 700 member businesses the Chamber represents, I am here tonight in support of the loitering and accosting ordinance on the agenda. During the past decade, Jackson's downtown has seen a resurgence with retail and dining opportunities for residents and visitors alike. As the Chamber continues to work with the city to ensure the redevelopment of the Hayes Hotel that will set the stage for the next decade of development, it has become imperative that we have clear expectations for behavior in our community. Much has been made of panhandling in downtown Jackson. The Chamber recognizes the protections of free speech surrounding panhandling. This ordinance does nothing to curb those rights, but rather applies equally to all of us as it relates to aggressive behavior. While this ordinance may have the greatest immediate impact on our downtown, where there were more than 1,000 police calls last year for personal welfare, disorderly conduct, mental health, or substance abuse, there are long-term citywide benefits. The City of Jackson has invested significant resources to grow Jackson's business community. As we see success in those efforts, having an ordinance in place signals to small business owners and future investors the city's commitment to their success. We also need customers to feel safe and welcome when shopping or dining. Whether you believe the actions of a few warrant a new ordinance or not, the fact is that perception has quickly become reality. People will find other activities when they feel unsafe, which threatens to undo the past decade of progress. In fact, when surveyed, the greatest concern among more than 90% of our downtown business owners is this type of aggressive behavior. And among community leaders, including elected officials, these behaviors are seen as one of the greatest hurdles holding Jackson back. The city and business community have gone to great efforts to create a safe and vibrant downtown. Now, you have the opportunity to ensure those efforts and the growth we have seen are not undone. I encourage you to vote yes on tonight's ordinance. Thank you.
Brad Douglas.
Hi, Brad Douglas, 1008 Bacchus Street, 4th Ward. I was born in Jackson back when it was Foot Hospital. Since then, I moved out, went west, and made my way out that way. And now the company has sold, and I've come back this way, and I am back.
Speak into the mic, please.
Sorry. And I am back to Jackson, and I have put in an application for committee assignments, and I would request you guys look it over and get back with me. Thank you. And by the way, I had one of my friends who is an Amazon executive, and she was here a couple weeks ago, and she was rather impressed with murals.
Peter Bormu.
Peter Bournemouth, West Pearl Street. I wanted to touch on the issue of immigration, since the Republicans are making this an election issue, particularly Governor Abbott of Texas, who's shipped migrants to various cities in the Northeast and other areas. I want to take it on from the perspective, once again, of a radical who goes back and looks at the past and see what caused this problem, the root of the problem. And you will find that root in 1980, 44 years ago, with the election of Ronald Reagan as president and the unleashing of death squads in El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala. And these squads were unleashed supposedly at leftists, but mainly what they targeted were people who were indigenous, who were subsistence farmers, who lived in traditional villages. And they went in those villages and they killed and wiped out some of these people. The church was completely behind this, except for one individual. His name was Oscar Romero. He was a bishop in El Salvador. And of course, they've made him into a hero. While the entire church hierarchy supported this violence against the indigenous people, this one person didn't. He was shot while giving mass. And after that, there was no institutional pressure to stop. And that drove a wave of immigration here to the United States, and being poor, many of these people ended up settling in Los Angeles and in the barrios. And they were poor, so they settled in the poorest part of the city, and they had to form gangs, the young people, for mutual protection just to walk the streets, because there was already gangs there. But those gangs were not criminal. They were just young thugs, but they weren't engaged in organized criminal activity. But we deported them as soon as they got involved in some minor misdemeanor and sent them back. And guess what? Now we have an organized crime problem with gangs in Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras. They made contacts in Colombia. China is selling them fentanyl. And all of these problems are because of our own policies, particularly the policies of Ronald Reagan and, you know, good old Christian Ollie North, who was running his Contra aid out of the West Wing. So you should remember that next time, that a lot of our problems we face today were caused by past administrations and their policies. Thank you.
Nick Thurston.
Hi, good evening. My name is Nicholas Thurston. I live at 410 Van Buren Street, Jackson, Michigan, here in Ward 5. So I want to use my time in the citizens' comments to talk about fair housing issues in Jackson. And part of what was said earlier from the Chamber of Commerce leaders relates to what is happening and why there's an increase in, I guess, the behavior that people are describing. Personally, I don't see it as aggressive. I do see it maybe as if you described it maybe as a nuisance or annoyance or something, or unwanted panhandling, that's possible. I've not seen anybody be aggressive, though. And I live downtown, and I have interacted with some of the people that probably be described as panhandlers. I don't see any aggressive behavior from them personally. But a lot of this comes down to fair housing violations from local nonprofits and discrimination against people that would otherwise be eligible for direct financial aid, and they're not getting the opportunity or the guidance on how to apply for that financial aid directly for themselves, to be able to get off of the streets, to be able to move into their own houses, have a door that locks, that they control a property, and a lease with a landlord that respects their housing rights. And instead, right now, what we have is a mass discrimination campaign, widespread fraud, waste, and abuse at nonprofits that are falsely claiming there's not enough funding when they're getting record high funds the last handful of years. Obviously, a lot of the COVID funds are going to be winding down here soon. Businesses are starting to run out of money. Cities' ARPA funds are pretty much all spent up and accounted for. And unfortunately, a lot of that money was squandered and wasted on identity extremists who believe that they should be paid $125 an hour while they deprive other people of their basic human rights under the law for fair housing. And I would like to hear a response from the city manager about what at least a rough estimate of what is actually available, the number of units or houses that are on the market. Because I know it's somewhere between 1 and 5,000, somewhere in there. A lot of those houses, I'm sure, were demolished. And some of those vacancies could be accounted for population loss in family homes, where maybe the kids grow up or they go off to college or whatever. But what we saw the last handful of years with Tasha Carter in RAA and the Housing Commission Community Action Agency is actually indicative of what those people are facing. They're being called beggars while multi-million-dollar corporations come down here and demand all the money go to them. And then they deny the access and the aid to the person that's supposed to be eligible for all of it. So these people are eligible for financial aid, and many of the businesses that are receiving the financial aid are not eligible because of discriminatory practices. And the city of Jackson, this council and mayor have contributed to an increase in the discrimination by violating the state of Michigan Constitutional Amendment 26 by delving into a
Thank you, Mr. Thurston.
programming. Thank you for your time.
John C. King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John King, 203 3rd Street here in the city. I noticed on the agenda there was the stop sign at Oak Ridge and Grovedale requested by a resident. Typically, residents can't just request a stop sign to be put up by their place. I know there's federal laws and stuff and that's happened before here where a council member tried to get one put up, but they weren't allowed to do it. So that should be taken off the consent calendar, and maybe John Dowling could discuss that. Another one on the consent calendar, I know it mentions Jackson Family Pride Picnic, a separate thing from the Jackson Pride Festival. Where it says family, I hope that's not, where there's the, like the grooming, bring little children to watch the dances and stuff like that. I know in the last meeting it was mentioned that the GVI program has worked and is working. But then there's item M, the amendment to Chapter 18, adding nuisance gathering bit to the ordinance. Also, during Shalon Hunt's Ward 5 meeting on February 29th, the deputy chief gave a report in which all violent crime stats went up by at least a little bit. I know when you were running for election like 2 years or a couple of years ago, you tried to suggest crimes were going down. Even our woke 6th Ward council members sort of suggested that. But more recently, they've gone up. So I know you're challenging our fine state representative, Kathy Schmaltz, in this election year, and I think the public probably needs to know the truth, that, maybe things aren't as great as, you are saying they are. I think with the program, I kind of would be for it. I've been for it. I know way too much money was put into it. I don't know what's going to happen to that money. There's the good aspects. One problem that it has is it's going against, there was the year 2020, the Black Lives Matters riots, and then also that the Democrat Party endorsed, also the Democrat Party lockdowns like by Michigan's governor, where back then, anyone should have known that it was going to cause really big problems. And, now you watch news, whether it's Lansing, there's, the shootings here in the city. So, hopefully things can
Thank you,
improve.
Mr. King.
Thank you.
William Hastings.
Good evening, William Hastings, 1231 Highland Boulevard. I wanted you to hopefully address a couple of items of new business in the agenda tonight. The first thing is I was interested to hear, to read early in the month, and then to listen to a clip of the mayor coming out and advocating an ordinance to help regulate loitering and accosting of persons. Another term could be used, could be aggressive panhandling. And I was even more interested to see it pop up on tonight's agenda. I read through it carefully. I think all in all, it's a good idea and something that needs to be addressed, and I'm glad it's being addressed. But just looking through the language, and I'm addressing this to all of you, but maybe a little bit extra to the city attorney, you defined accosting in this ordinance as, quote, repeated non-consensual conduct directed to another person. Now, while that sounds good, if you kind of think through this a little bit, if someone is arrested for violating this ordinance for the accosting part, not the loitering part, and they go to court, and let's just say for a minute I'm a public defender, or probably much more likely a public defender, but possibly a criminal defense attorney, it wouldn't be too hard to stand up and say, well, as a matter of fact, we do acknowledge that this unfortunate incident occurred, and there was an interaction between my client and the person in question. However, it was not repeated conduct. I think that's kind of creates an Achilles heel and a loophole that's kind of hard to prove. I mean, you can't really expect to have JPD sitting in their car and just watching someone for 20 or 30 minutes going and maybe doing repeat accosting, aggressive panhandling, however you want to term it. So I broadly support this. I think it's going in the right direction. I think it needs to be done. I've said before how I've seen people standing right in front of your drop box in front of City Hall and like aggressive handling people. So you can't have that. You just can't have that in your city. But I hope you just consider, Mr. Haggerty, that this could be like a kind of a potential loophole that could make enforcement, at least of the accosting part, kind of difficult to do. And we have one other new piece of new business, and this is the providing to regulate the city parking lots. Obviously, this is coming about because of what's going on at the parking lot between Cortland and I believe Washington Street, right behind the Foundry. 2 shootings during the month of May. Since this is an emergency ordinance, it'll take 6 votes to pass. And I would just say, obviously, from this council, you can vote however however you feel necessary. But if this is not passed for whatever reason, I can assure you that this coming Saturday night and the following Saturday night and the Saturday night after that, unless there's, extreme poor weather, people are going to be gathering, they're going to be smoking, they're going to be drinking. Essentially, it's tailgating. It's not the people in the bars themselves so much as people just coming and tailgating and partying. And that's really putting a burden on JPD to have to come in and break things up like they did last Saturday night. So, thank you.
That concludes our citizens' comment portion of the meeting, brings us down to item number 8. We have no petitions and communication from city staff or other governmental entities. Brings us down to item number 9, consent calendar. Looking for a motion and support.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote. Consent calendar passes unanimous. Brings us down to item number 10, other business. Item A, East Side Economic Development Update.
Yeah, this update's pretty brief but significant. Wanted to announce that the Allen School project across from the hospital looks like it's moving forward. Had a couple great phone conversations with their developers, and we expect a set of plans to be dropped off at the city's Community Development Department imminently. And the development's happening because they've brought some different members onto their team. And we're looking to schedule some meetings with some key players in town and on the east side, some employers. This will be a 66-unit market rate apartment complex. So excited about that.
That's great. It's great to hear Allen School is going to be developed.
Allen School somewhere on Water Street,
Yeah.
Waterloo Street.
Any other questions, comments, concerns about the East Side Economic Development Update? Okay, seeing or hearing none, that brings us down to item B. Looking for a motion and support to approve second reading and final adoption of ordinance number 2024-02, amending Chapter 15, Article 1 of the Jackson Code of Ordinances, providing the Jackson Youth Council with direct support from city staff by way of the Department of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote.
It's not coming up for me.
Madam Clerk, if you'll proceed with a roll call.
Councilmember Robinson?
Support.
Vice Mayor Dancy?
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn?
Support.
Councilmember Wood?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunt?
Yes.
Councilmember Forgrave?
Yes.
Mayor Mahoney?
Support. Item passes unanimous, and that brings us down to item number 11. New business, item A. Looking for a motion and support for adoption of the annual budget resolution for fiscal year 2024-25.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to item B. Looking for a motion and support to approve resolution placing delinquent invoices on the 2024 summer tax bills.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to C, looking for a motion of support for approval of the purchase of a 2025 Freightliner M2 plus cab and chassis from D&K Truck Company for $122,559, and elliptical dump body build-out from Truck and Trailer Specialties for $51,440, for a total of $173,999, and this cost includes a 7% contingency.
So move.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous, brings us down to D. Looking to buy some salt. A whole lot of it.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
It's beautiful out. Why do we need salt? That's a joke. I'm sorry.
Tim, come on. Explain it to us.
I was gonna go into details about how all food needs salt. Salt brings out the flavor. I don't know if you want to use this salt for that purpose. Yes, approval of, looking to motion and support for approval of the purchase of 4,000 tons of road salt from Detroit Salt Company for $80.21 per ton, for a total of $320,840 for the 24-25 winter season, to be exact.
So move. Oh, yeah, I already did that.
Clerk will tally and display the vote.
Yes, you did, Mr. Dancy.
Is that outside the normal amount that we purchased, Mr. City Manager?
It is not outside the normal amount we purchase, and we like to purchase it now so we don't have to purchase it when the demand is high and the price goes up. So this is usually a weird time to buy it. We get these questions, seems annually, but this is why we do it this way.
And this is also purchased with like what the county purchases,
Yes.
so that way we get the best rate.
Yes.
And if we don't purchase enough and we run out, will we still be able to purchase salt at $80.21 per ton?
I can't say yes, but I definitely can't say no, but it stands to reason that if we wait until the snow flies, we'll pay more.
Okay.
Why don't we buy more then?
I'm sorry.
We can only buy, we got so much space to store the salt in. So
Right.
we got 4,000 on hand,
Right.
and we're gonna buy 4,000 more and bring our barn capacity where it needs to be.
Oh,
Okay.
that was my question.
The item passed unanimously, correct? Okay, that brings us down to item E, looking for a motion and support for the approval of final one-year contract extension with Johnny's Tree Service Incorporated for as-needed tree trimming, tree removals, and stump grinding in the fiscal year 2024-25, with a 2.5% increase for an estimated cost of $211,970.
So moved.
Oh, man, come on.
It's moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimously, brings us down to item F, treatment chemicals for fiscal year 24-25. Looking for a motion and support to award contracts for the fiscal year 24-25, purchase of water and wastewater treatment chemicals.
So move.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to G, looking for a motion and support to approve a resolution to exercise the city's right of first refusal for 6 vacant lots and decline 37 parcels under PA 123 of 1999.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
are all these lots vacant?
Yes, they're vacant parcels.
Any further discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. That brings us down to H. Looking for a motion and support to approve the memorandum of understanding between the Jackson County Land Bank Authority and the City of Jackson, allowing the city to act as a consultant for the demolition of 140 West North Street, authorize the city manager to sign the MOU, and authorize the city attorney to make minor modifications as needed.
So moved.
Second.
It's been motioned and supported. Any discussion?
I'm excited to see this going.
Me too.
Me too. Or me three. Clerk will tally and display the vote. There we go. Item passes unanimous. That brings us down to I. Looking for a motion and support. Uh-oh. Anybody get that a second time?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Screen, did your screen go black? My screen is kind of. So I voted a second time.
Are we good on item H? Okay.
Oh,
So
okay.
we are on item I. Looking for a motion and support to adopt a resolution of support to file an application for the Michigan Department of Transportation fiscal year 2024 Shared Streets and Spaces Grant Program.
So move.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
And maybe it was just me, but there was part of this application process that spoke to, let me get the streets right. Anyway, it was Washington to Louis Glick. And then there was another portion that spoke to Louis Glick to, I guess I'm confused. I guess I need to make sure what areas this is covering.
He's got it.
Yeah, this, what we're looking at is Mechanic Street. I see where you've got that in there, where you're reading it, and that I know how it got changed, but I don't know why it got changed. It's Mechanic Street from Glick to Trail. It should not say Washington Street right there. It's Trail
Okay.
Street that it's going to.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
okay. So it's just that shorter span, whatever you said. I lost the name of the street again, but Mechanic
Mechanic to Trail.
to Trail.
Yep.
Okay.
Seeing no other questions, clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to J. Looking for a motion and support to approve Amendment 3 to the 2022 Major Street Engineering Contract with Spalding DeDecker Associates Incorporated of Novi, Michigan at a not-to-exceed cost of $36,330 and authorize the city manager and city engineer to execute the appropriate documents.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
This, for my education, the reason this is happening is because the Brown Street project was delayed by 54 days due to utility relocation delays. What's the story there?
The utility poles on the east side of the street where we were trying to build the trail were kind of in the middle of the green belt area, and we asked them to push them back to the edge of the right-of-way so that we had the room to build the trail. The utility companies can be in the city's right-of-ways by state law. They have the right to be there. They have to move them at their own expense at our request for construction projects. Most of the time, they do it in a timely manner. This time, we had Consumers Gas out there doing stuff while our contractor was working. We had Consumers Electric actually move the poles quite quickly, but then the phone and cable took their time moving it, is the best way of saying it. And so while the contractor, they were building it, they were gapping out sections where the poles were, so they tried to get their work done as fast as possible, but they still had to come back and fill in the gaps where they left them and after the poles were removed. And so we had to have our consultant keep coming down here at the same time the contractor is having to come in and do piecemeal work and everything else, so there's additional costs that were incurred.
Is there a way for us to get anybody accountable for that delay? Because we're now out like 36 grand because somebody couldn't move their cable at the same time everybody else was able to do it, is what it sounds like you're telling me.
Right.
Okay.
There's a history of that too. I mean, West Ave and Morale Street, we were done with our work in 2 months and it sat there for a year.
Yep.
At least, yeah.
For the telephone company to move their stuff.
Right.
Same thing happened on the Mechanic Street Railroad Bridge. It delayed MDOT another summer, just trying to get their work done. The short answer is no. Basically, the phone company has to deal with the wires that are there, but a good portion of the public have switched to cell phones. And so they are still maintaining a system that is rapidly becoming obsolete, but yet they still have to maintain it. They take their time dealing with it.
But we're paying for
Yep.
them taking their time. That just doesn't seem right. I had the same question as you found on that one.
I guess, thank you for answering my question, Mr. Dowling.
You're welcome.
But it seems to me that somebody, and we probably can't get it, but it seems to me that somebody either owes us 36 grand or owes everybody in Jackson $1 off their phone bill this month.
When we've had some problems with the the delays where we could actually hold them to it. We've had the attorney's office go after them, and it still took the attorney's office quite a little bit of time fighting with them. We finally did collect money from the phone company on an incident on Pearl Street. But it was a long, drawn-out thing and took a lot of time and money and everything from the attorney's office also in dealing with them. So even when you go to fight them to get it, it's still not easy.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dowling. Mr. Manager and Mr. Attorney, I would be interested in conversations in the future if there's anything to be done, but that's not a motion. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the best thing we can do right now is to start talking to our people in Lansing to see if we can get some laws changed about this.
Seeing or hearing no other discussion on the item, clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to item L, because we removed item K. Brings us down to L, looking for a motion and support to approve the first reading and advance to the second reading and final adoption of ordinance regulating non-union pay for City of Jackson employees to increase wages 3.1% effective July 1, 2024, and adopt the revised non-union wage table per the GovHR wage study recommendation.
I'll move for discussion.
I'll support.
It's been moved and supported. Would you like to start discussion?
Yes, sir, thank you. I don't have an objection to this. I'm just wondering how we arrived at 3.1%.
Well, I'll let Heather save me when I get over my skis, but last year we did a wage study that compared us to 13 other communities, benchmarked us against them, determined what our wage rates should be to be in a competitive market, and so, okay, now going forward, since you have this snapshot in time, benchmark again year after year against those same communities, average out what they are, and then that should be what you increase on to keep competitive wage in a wage situation for employees.
So the fact that this is like exactly the CPI is a coincidence and not.
It's probably not a coincidence that everyone around us and said, hey, let's just do the CPI, because that's not having enough data on our end. That's what we would have done.
Thank you. Are we benchmarked at like median or like the more detailed conversation unless you have it on top of your
You
head?
weren't on council. I'll give you that report offline.
Thank you.
No.
So if we advance this to second reading in June, it goes into effect in 30 days, are people going to get paid retroactively to July 1st?
There will be retroactive to July 1st, if approved.
Any further discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to item M, looking for a motion and support to amend Chapter 18 offenses, Article 5, offenses against public peace, by adding Section 18-109, nuisance gatherings, to provide for the regulation of city-owned parking lots by prohibiting public loitering and the gathering of persons thereon, which are unsafe and/or constitute a public nuisance.
So move.
Support. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor, in addition to Lot 9, what other locations would we anticipate that they may like migrate to another area to loiter?
That was one of my questions when we first discussed this. I think this would be a great point to ask our chief to weigh in on this issue just in general.
Okay.
And kind of give an update and explanation, and then we can proceed with some additional questions from there.
Thank you.
Sound good?
Thank you.
Okay.
I guess I'll start at trying to address the question you just posed. This would apply obviously to all municipal lots, so if potentially a crowd in any given lot was told to leave or people told to leave and they move to another municipal or a city-owned lot, it would be in effect in that lot. Clearly, if they moved into private property, one advantage on private property owners can post their lots, no trespassing, and give us the authority to enforce a trespassing violation and cause people to leave the property or remove them from the property if they choose to leave on their own. So that's a big distinction between a public lot versus a privately owned lot. There's different level of enforcement we can take between the two, and that's one of the driving reasons for this ordinance. But first and foremost, I want to say this, from my seat, this is a matter of public safety. We've had 2 people shot in this parking lot since the beginning of May. Clearly, we don't want a 3rd shot and even worse, somebody killed in one of our city-owned parking lots. In addition to those 2 shootings, we've had multiple other criminal violations, from misdemeanor violations to felony violations. Just over the weekend, to give you an example, Saturday night into Sunday morning, we made 4 drunk driving arrests directly associated with that lot. We made a domestic assault and battery arrest where a female was assaulted in that parking lot. And we also arrested a young man, originally an open intoxicant violation, who ran from officers and pitched a handgun, and we arrested him. We made other weapons violations in that parking lot, and this isn't a new problem. And when I say that, we dealt with it throughout last summer repeatedly, and I'll give him some credit. Actually, Mr. Hastings mentioned tailgating, and that is what the problem is people showing up to the parking lot rather than visiting a business, just hanging out in the parking lot. Large numbers, and as the evening gets later and at early morning hours, that's when we start to see many of the issues develop. And this ordinance would give us the ability to have people leave that area, leave that parking lot. And our intent would be early on in the evening, as people start to arrive and show up, is to let them know they either have to go inside an establishment or they have to leave. They can't simply just congregate and loiter in the lot and really party in the parking lot. And as the ordinance is written, it would require a warning first by law enforcement, so they would be given a fair warning of what I just said. Go visit an establishment or leave, and if they refuse to, they could be cited, misdemeanor violation, or potentially arrested. But I will say state law currently requires them to be cited first, and if they still refuse to leave after even being issued a citation, they could be arrested.
Chief, could you talk about some of the efforts that have already been attempted to get this parking lot under control?
Well, last summer, we actually attempted to completely shut the lot down a couple of nights, where we blocked it off so that it could not be used, and that did do what Councilwoman Hunt mentioned, was it pushed the crowd to another city-owned parking lot, and it really did not help address the issue. But from a enforcement perspective, we've been very visible, attempting to hopefully discourage the crowd from continuing to form, and that it does not appear it's had any impact either. And I do think it's important to say that the establishments that are open at that time of night, specifically the Foundry, the owner does a very good job of controlling the crowd in and out of the Foundry throughout the night. And again, majority of the issues do seem to be at individuals who are visiting the parking lot and not necessarily visiting an establishment.
So the clerk just reminded me to make sure that I reminded everyone on council that this is being requested as an emergency ordinance, which means it would not have a second hearing and does require a supermajority vote to pass.
I just have a quick question about like social distancing and like, is this, not that I don't think this is needed and necessary, and I'm hearing all the reasons why I think it's important, but will there be some people who, or does this counter like the social distancing that was set up, or districting, excuse me, where people are drinking, going from bar to bar, they're, you know, during events and things like that?
No, the big difference is with the social district, there's a specific cup that has to be used.
Got it.
That is not being used in these social gatherings.
Yep. Okay.
I would implore anybody who is interested in seeing more to be able to have a better visual, to visit with city manager or the chief to be able to see either the still shots and or the video from the last incident that happened. And I will say that the chief and his staff have went over and above to try to like avoid getting to this point. My first request was, hey, let's like when Pat is trying to shut the club down, the first thing he does is turn the lights on. Then it's time to go. I said, put some lights on out there. And I think that would be a huge help. And it helped for a very small amount of time. And then the crowd just dissipated and moved over to the other dark parking lot. Yeah. And I think this would help in multiple locations, like behind the Gentleman's Club, where it seemed to be some incidents have happened in the past as well. And this is just going to give our officers some additional tools to be able to make sure that we avoid a very bad situation that could happen. If you see the video of the last incident, it was very reckless, and we are very lucky that it hasn't turned out worse than what's already happened out there.
We're talking about hundreds of people hanging out.
So just one last question, Mr. Mayor. So this would require like police patrolling, or how is this, who gets to like do something about this?
Yeah, our intent, if this is passed tonight, obviously goes into effect immediately with the posting in the SITPAT that the clerk will take care of, she advised. Our plan would be this weekend, Friday and Saturday, to be down there early in the evening before the crowd starts showing up and educating people as they show up of the ordinance, and that they'll have to leave or visit an establishment. So it is this does fall on our shoulders.
Okay.
To enforce. And honestly, our goal is to not to have to issue any tickets for it or make any arrests. Our goal is that people are safe, and it can be come downtown, park in the parking lot, and visit an establishment, and not create any safety-related issues or ordinance violations, and just really behave yourself and visit places downtown.
Thank you.
Chief, and slash Mr. Green, if this passes, is there a potential opportunity for us to expedite getting signs printed to be put up and displayed in that parking lot to notify people?
I literally just got a text message from Tim Pickett saying the signs will be done.
Right on.
It was still on my notification, still on my watch when you said that.
Great minds. Think
We
alike.
actually spoke with the city engineer earlier today about that as well, and the city attorney about exactly what the signage will say. I do think it's fair to say our priority is that parking lot first, so we'd like to get signs up in that lot first, and then obviously all the lots will be posted, hopefully within a short amount of time.
I have one last question. Do we Do we foresee law enforcement approaching vehicles with individuals just sitting in their car and asking them to leave the premises?
I can't say as though we won't at all, but our primary concern are those out of their vehicles in the parking lot, walking around, drinking, on foot in the parking lot. That's the problem we're seeing now. It's not people that are pulling in and just hanging out in their car. They're primarily out walking around and on foot in that lot.
Madam Clerk, would you mind taking down the vote so I can look at the actual language for a minute? Thank you so much. I have two questions relating to the parking lot use. First is, I don't see in here, like, if I live in an apartment downtown above Crazy Cowboy or whatever, like, that isn't actually listed here unless I count myself as dropping off or picking up a passenger. Was that an oversight, or was there an intent behind, like, resident parking being omitted there?
Good question, Councilman. So residence parking wasn't included specifically because the thought is if you reside, say, at a upstairs apartment, you're not going to be part of a nuisance gathering if you're just parking your vehicle there. You have a permit. If you work in an establishment, there's a specific carve-out for that in the ordinance, and unless you become part of an actual nuisance gathering within that parking lot, you're not subject to any penalty under the ordinance. So it would certainly not apply to anyone who is lawfully using the parking lot under the ordinance to simply come to and from their place of residence or their place of employment.
Thank you. And as I understand the definition of nuisance gathering, it's basically a group that is doing one of the 6 things that are listed in that subsection. Is that correct?
That's another good question, and we had discussions with Director Hitt, and some of his command staff actually weighed in, and so it's one or all of those 6 factors that the officers can look at. It doesn't have to be all of them, could be one or more, and as Director Hitt pointed out, everyone will get a warning and be asked to lawfully vacate the premises before they're subject to either a misdemeanor ticket or arrest if they refuse.
So I think then what I'm trying to do is get to Councilmember Hunt's question about if I'm just sitting in my car. If I'm just sitting in my car and I'm not doing any of those 6 things, there would be no reason or just cause for anybody to come up and tap on my window about that.
That's correct. The analogy, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. You're not going to be getting law enforcement's attention if you're simply sitting in your car. There may be an instance, as Director Hitt said, that the officer could approach you and just, whether it's a welfare check or ask what's going on as part of their normal law enforcement investigation. But in and of itself, that sitting in your vehicle wouldn't likely constitute a violation of the nuisance gathering in and of itself. If you're sitting outside of the car, there's a congregation of people, all of a sudden the other factors start weighing in, it can get to that level. But if you're just waiting to pick someone up, for example, or eating your lunch, it's not going to be anything that's going to get law enforcement's attention.
Gotcha. So I'm less concerned about what our current law enforcement would do and more concerned about, if this is still on the books in 60 years and we're all dead. What could somebody use this to do? And I guess what I'm hearing you say is that this ordinance, if passed, would not create any new reason beyond what is already on the books already for someone to approach somebody sitting in their vehicle.
That's correct. And law enforcement circumscribed by what the law allows them to do in terms of a Terry stop or investigatory stop, and everyone has got their lawful protections to avoid any kind of undue inquisition from a law enforcement officer, unless, of course, they've got probable cause or reason to make further investigation. But in and of itself, and Director Hitt can speak more specifically from a law enforcement perspective, but as the city attorney, I don't see any scenario by which you're sitting in your vehicle, not otherwise bringing attention to yourself or committing any other basis for a lawful law enforcement investigation to ever be subject to this ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. I have a suggested language change in parking lot use restricted, section D, item 1. One of the things listed is attending church services. I would like to make a motion to amend that to attending religious services, if there's no objection.
Not for my chair, and I've given a revised version that includes that amendment to Madam Clerk, if council decides to approve.
I meant that as a motion, yes.
Motion on the floor for an amendment to section D, item number 1, language change from church services to religious services. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if there's no objection from Madam Clerk or the city attorney, never mind.
Any further questions on the motion to move forward with this emergency ordinance?
No questions.
Okay. Seeing or hearing none, if the clerk will proceed and tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to, it's worth clapping for. Brings us down to item N, looking for a motion and support for, to amend Article 5 of Chapter 18 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Jackson, Michigan, by adding Section 18-109, miscellaneous offenses, to regulate loitering and accosting of persons within the City of Jackson.
Second.
Moved and supported. Any discussion?
So how will this be enforced?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at answering that, Councilwoman Gunn. So similar to what Director Hitt mentioned in the prior ordinance you just adopted, it largely would be law enforcement's job to enforce the ordinance based upon a complaint from a witness or someone who has actually been subject to the ordinance. It could be a business owner if it's a loitering situation, if someone is being accosted, which is defined under the ordinance specifically, then they could make a report. Law enforcement independently could also observe such conduct. We have an officer dedicated during the summer months to the downtown as part of those patrols, so they could certainly witness that conduct independently and make, ultimately effectuate an arrest if there was a violation. But it's basically law enforcement doing their normal police work on the beat, and also persons that actually are a victim of this type of behavior, reporting it and corroborating it. And there's oftentimes in the downtown, just practically speaking, there's going to be witnesses if you're online to get on the bus or other public transportation, or you're at an outdoor cafe at a public event where it's prohibited. Those are situations where you're likely going to have a witness too.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, it's my understanding that panhandling of some degree came before the council before my time. Can you give me just some details about why that was not supported at the time that it was presented then?
That was actually before my time also.
Okay.
I can though.
Okay, thank
So
you.
the first, what you're remembering and what you're referencing addressed the behavior and activity of panhandling. And therefore, it's wholly different than what we're talking about here. If you'll notice, the word panhandling is not in any of this ordinance. So this was to address aggressive behavior, accosting behavior, and the loitering, recognizing that panhandling and asking for money, begging is a part of free speech. And at the time, we didn't have a good sense of the case law surrounding panhandling, how it was going to be addressed, how any laws could come into play or not come to play regarding that specifically. So what we've thought about now is we recognize you have a right to do that. You have a right to hold a sign, but when you do something more that makes people uncomfortable or steps into what's in this ordinance, that's where we needed to act and have you guys consider something. So that's what it was before. It was targeted on the actual activity of panhandling, which would have been inappropriate to do.
So semantics is what I hear.
Kind of.
Yes. Okay.
Just two different ones. Yeah, kind of. The two activities are wholly different.
I think this, so for me, Councilmember Hunt, what really made me want to like look at this situation is one, my own experience, two, talking directly to not just the business owners, but the employees and individuals who work in our downtown, and their experiences, and listening to their firsthand experiences of what happens when they're leaving and coming to work. Seeing individuals be approached at an ATM as they're going to get money out and then being asked for money before they even get to the ATM. And I think this, so I did some research and found that state of Michigan passed a House bill that really had two parts to it. HB 5103, which created the Aggressive Solicitation Prohibition Act, that created a fine or a civil infraction for individuals who were aggressively soliciting. And then HB 5104, which is tie-barred to 5103. And this was basically supporting an individual's right to beg in a public place. So to me, this meant that we can pass something that gives our employees, our citizens, our people who are downtown some coverage on if they are being aggressively accosted by someone, but also protecting the rights of someone to be able to beg and ask for money at the same time. And I think that's what this achieves, in my opinion. And that's really the intent behind it. I think that we have to try to find a happy medium to, one, protect people's constitutional rights, but also protect the citizens who are in the downtown area who feel like, I don't want somebody tapping on my window asking me for money. I don't want them grabbing me. I don't want them touching me. I don't want to feel threatened when I'm walking up to the ATM or walking in or out of the bank or some of those other protected areas. We've got a lot of young people, a lot of young men and women, a lot of elderly people, and our downtown is thriving. And I think that one of the things I always say is that perception is reality, and then there's actual, like, what's actually happening. And we want to make sure that both of those items match, right? So I think the desire, at least from what was expressed to me, is that we want to be able to give our law enforcement some ability to do something about aggressive panhandling, or aggressive accosting, because like we said, panhandling is not in there. I don't think it's semantics, because semantics really, to me, means like we're playing word games, right? To me, I think that there's a clear definition between someone asking for dollars and their right to do so, and someone approaching you at a time you don't want to be approached and you feeling threatened by that individual, or you telling them no and them not taking no on the first time and continuing to aggressively follow you to your vehicle and or wherever you're headed to. I think in the past, because I was actually at the meeting that the last one took place, really was an attempt to criminalize poverty. This is not the same thing, is that? And that's why I'm in support of it.
Just a follow-up question. What efforts have we made as a city beyond conversations? Any posters, any signage, any opportunities to educate our individuals that are a part of this?
That's a great question. And so one of the first few conversations that Jonathan and I had was about this issue. The first thing that I requested to have done was for us to get a work group put together of individuals from mental health, from housing, from a few different areas. I think I could probably still pull up the notes in the list where Jonathan and I talked about this issue, and he convened that group. Out of that group came a resource card, because I kind of felt like at that time, like maybe the business owners, people in the downtown area just don't have the necessary tools to like redirect somebody with the proper resources that they are looking for. Like, here's where you can go to get food. Here's where you can go to get help with whatever you're asking for. And that was done. That was done. But I think, again, there's a difference between someone like asking for help and someone aggressively accosting someone. It's a much different issue to me.
Similar to the last discussion where we asked you to pass the ordinance about the loitering and the nuisance stuff. This has been an iterative process, and it started with the softer touches. It started with exactly what you said, some education, some resources, as the mayor indicated. And when those efforts made the difference they did but didn't take care of everything, kind of stepped back and looked at, okay, what do we do now? What do we do now knowing that that wasn't exactly hitting the mark? And what do we do now with the understanding that we got to stay away from the P word? So we got to stay away from that activity and then address the behaviors of the people doing it and try to find a soft landing place for that. So the process was iterative. It did start with that, as the mayor said, and it's going to continue that. Actually, we need to reprint new materials because we have new players on board who can offer services. So we'll continue to do both in education and hopefully with your passage this tool.
I have an objection to the way that you phrased something, because I don't think that you said what you meant. What you said was we wanted to address the people who are doing panhandling, and I think everybody, I hope that everybody in this room understands that, like, when somebody is asking you for money, that I think you should just give them money, because what you do is on you and what they do is on them. But I think that what you meant is when people are doing things that fall under the definition of accosting in this ordinance is what we have to address, and not the panhandling per se, which people do have a right to do. And shame on us if we judge them for it, I think. But I think when we're talking about the accosting, which I generally think I understand what all this means, and I'll spare everybody my 20 questions until it seems like it's necessary. But I do want to, while I'm talking, Mr. Hastings did bring up, I think, a reasonable point about repeated conduct, and I'm wondering if the city attorney can enlighten us on how that has been, how we arrived at that phrase, whether you think that's going to be a realistic problem, or is this something that minds who have been to law school understand clearly that we may otherwise not?
Sure, Councilman Wood, it's in there purposefully because what you wanted to create is an evidentiary standard for a reasonable person as defined in the ordinance. So if someone comes up to you, for example, and asks for $5 and you say no and they walk away, well, they're not subject to the ordinance, because in a normal course, a reasonable person would not find that particular behavior accosting. They're not following you, they're not menacing, they're not yelling at you, they're not following you to the ATM or to your car. If you tell them, I don't have any money, and they leave you alone, that's the end of it. It's those instances where the conduct is repeated after the interaction has taken place, and now they're not leaving you alone. It's behavior-based. It's not the content of their speech, everyone has a First Amendment right. I want to make this explicit, to ask for money. It's not a crime to be poor. It's not a crime to be drug addicted. It's not a crime to be addicted to alcohol. It's certainly not a crime to ask for money. It's when the behavior reaches those levels based upon a repeated pattern of conduct that will put a reasonable person in fear that a crime is about to occur or another assaultive crime is going to take place. That's when you get into the scenarios by which this ordinance could actually be enforced. As a practical matter, I'll also be explicit that the vast, vast majority, and Director Hitt can speak to this as well, because his officers see it in the downtown, the vast majority of the type of conduct we're talking about is never going to reach the level that this ordinance is going to be enforced. We're talking about very specific conduct, and if it gets to the assaultive level where someone's physically accosting you or grabbing you, like the mayor alluded, that's an assault and battery. That's a different crime. That might be more serious or result in a bigger criminal penalty than this ordinance. But generally speaking, that's why the repeated conduct is specifically in there. I spoke at length to the Assistant City Attorney in Grand Rapids that this ordinance is largely modeled over with a couple of tweaks. They've had theirs on the books for about a year. Grand Rapids notably was the epicenter for the original panhandling ordinance in the state of Michigan being struck down in a case called Speet versus the city of Grand Rapids in 2012 or 13. That struck down across the board all panhandling ordinances that local communities had. And when that was done, what filled the gap were these aggressive panhandling ordinances that Ann Arbor has, that Novi has, that Royal Oak has, that a variety of other communities have, not a lot of whom actually enforce their ordinance because those activities that are protected by the First Amendment never reach the level that this ordinance is designed to do. So this is more a surgeon's scalpel approach than a sledgehammer. To go back to Councilwoman Hunt's comments, we're not trying to regulate speech at all. It's really just the behavior.
Thank you. Also, I'm getting some kind of feedback, and I don't know if it's because more than one person has their mic on, but I don't know if other people are getting that as well. Thank you, Booth.
So if a person violates or fails to comply with any of the provisions of this section, shall be guilty of a misdemeanor punishable by a fine of up to $500 plus costs or imprisonment for up to 90 days, or both. So these are the consequences. So if an individual repeatedly accosts another person, citizen, and is unwanted, this is what they're facing.
That's exactly what they're facing. That's the prescribed penalty for any criminal misdemeanor under the Home Rule City Act in the state of Michigan. Up to a $500 fine and a maximum 90-day jail sentence is what the law can impose for a criminal misdemeanor. So that's correct. It's all subject to the sentencing judge and what they decide to impose, but that is the maximum penalty that could be prescribed. In addition to court costs, which are standard, that are imposed in any guilty plea or guilty verdict.
I guess I'm trying to visualize this, so bear with me. We have individuals that are out here in the city of Jackson, downtown, right where we're at currently, and they probably don't know that we're having this conversation. And so how do we educate them? Number one. Secondly, I foresee it happening, the repeated, approaching individuals. But again, is it just I need $5 or actually physically touching someone? I feel like I support something being in place. I just want to be clear. I support something being in place. However, I think that there's some ambiguity in this document as it relates to maybe, yes, we need to put something in place for a deterrent. And then if we don't have an isolated situation that we can speak to currently, I feel like I worry about the enforcement piece.
So I'd say two things with regard to that. One, it's going to be very fact-specific as to what the actual behavior is. I'll give you an example. If someone is at an ATM, for example, and trying to take out money, and someone is 2 feet behind them saying, hey, give me $50 out of the ATM, You turn around and tell them no. You walk away, they're following you to your car, you're asking, now at that point, I think a reasonable person would be apprehensive that, hey, maybe an assaultive crime is gonna be committed. You've asked them to stop, they're following you, it's repeated conduct. You could call law enforcement and make a criminal report, and that may be a basis for, at that point, the officer on duty to effectuate an arrest. And of course, in your other scenario, if they physically grab you, that's assault and battery, and that's going to be subject likely to both a violation of this ordinance and an arrest for A and B. So there's a variety of other, criminal penalties if it's felony assault if they punch someone, but I don't want to say purposely vague, but it's open-ended enough that it encompasses a variety of behaviors and doesn't have a prescribed for every possible scenario that could occur. There's certain areas, of course, in which this behavior would be prohibited, and that's designed to have a time, place, and manner restriction that's reasonable, and again, focusing on the conduct. So each is going to be fact-specific. Law enforcement's going to have to make a judgment call, and not anybody that, and part of the education piece is not people that are out in the street and have a situation where a panhandler asks them for money can go call the police and try and have someone arrested, because that's not unlawful conduct. It's got to be something more than that meets this burden of repeated accosting behavior.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to ask, you said we have an officer down that works the downtown on a pretty normal basis, sounds like. Have we seen, because I understand where Shalanda's coming from, who's going to make that determination that they've gone and stepped over those boundaries? I do understand touching, I do understand following or beating on your window, but what have we seen? Have we seen a lot of aggressive, not panhandling, but asking for money in this area?
Yeah, so a couple of things. We have a police officer downtown when school is out. Our school resource officer at J-High shifts downtown in the summer. Yes, there's an ATM machine right next to City Hall on a daily basis. That happens. Another example, I don't stay out late, so I can't say I've seen it, but there are reports to me from restaurant owners where they have their servers who leave at night, and maybe they have all their tips with them, and they might get followed and have to say a couple times, hey, knock it off, stop following me. And so in those instances, they keep going. You have to call 911. That's how it works. It's just like any other perceived crime. You have to call 911. Reports need to be taken, report needs to be taken, and investigative work needs to happen. Is there a witness? Is there video evidence? Is there someone can corroborate that? So these are the kind of situations that this would apply to. And I could say, surely, they happen. Do you have anything, Elmer?
Yeah, practically speaking first of all, majority of the conduct, this is my opinion, is lawful. The majority of conduct that happens downtown is lawful. It wouldn't be violating this ordinance if passed and adopted. But secondly, practically speaking, unless, as the city manager said, there may be some additional witnesses besides the person, the victim, or there may be some video evidence substantiate it. How we would typically handle this is conduct an interview with the victim. If we can locate the person allegedly, committing the unlawful conduct, track them down, identify them, attempt to get a statement from them on what occurred. We would document that in a police report, send it to the city attorney's office for consideration of charges. We most likely, at the time, would not issue a ticket or even make a full custody arrest at the time of the incident. We would, generally speaking, that is how we would handle it. Now, one of our officers observes directly the conduct, or there's multiple witnesses who corroborate the victim's statement, or again, we have some video evidence. We may, in those instances, issue our first step again, because there is state law now on issuing misdemeanor citations in lieu of arrest, the first step would be issuing a citation, and then if the person continues to engage in the conduct, potentially it would lead to an actual full custody arrest, and they would be taken to the county jail. But I just wanted to point out, typically, we would conduct an investigation, document in a police report, send to the city attorney for review. Because many of those scenarios will actually be one person's word against the others. The victim alleging what occurred. If there are no witnesses, it's really their word and the word of what the alleged perpetrator may tell us.
So if they conflict, do we make a call on that?
We would just document and report. It's no different than any other crime we investigate now. An assault and battery, someone calls us and reports they are assaulted by someone. If there are no witnesses, no video evidence, no physical injury or evidence, it really is that person's word against the other, and that's how we would investigate that type of incident. Or in many other crimes, it often are a victim's statement versus the alleged perpetrator's statement, if there is no other evidence.
Who prosecutes this? Is it your office or is it the county?
My office prosecutes city ordinance violations.
Thank you.
Misdemeanors included.
And the determination of what to prosecute and what, I guess, penalty to impose or to request.
Would fall to my office, and as Director Hitt said, we'd review the complaint that's sworn by the officer who did the investigation, and then see if we can meet the evidentiary burden and prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, and we'd bring it if the facts indicated as such.
Thank you.
Upon completion of that investigation and it comes to you, and it is found that they are receiving a citation, is there a time frame in which that citation needs to be paid? Will they experience fees if it's not paid within a timely manner?
That's largely up to the court in terms of how quickly the case gets adjudicated, but from the time, presume they were arrested, they're probably within a week or so, they're going to be subject to an arraignment, and they'll have to enter a plea. And then after that, there'll be a pretrial that's scheduled, and if there's not a plea agreement that's reached, or that they don't plead guilty to the offense, then it would ultimately be set for trial. One of the things I do want to mention, and we had a lengthy discussion with Director Hitt about this, is giving law enforcement the tools in the toolbox. If, as he mentioned, misdemeanors now require you to issue a citation as a precursor to actually making an arrest, but you need to have the ability for law enforcement to issue, to actually effectuate an arrest if that scenario arises, because you then can't remove the person from that scenario where they're engaging in the accosting behavior. And to be frank, most often if people are out panhandling for money and they get a $100 ticket, they're probably going to throw the ticket in the garbage along with the money they got to buy the sandwich wrapper from the panhandling they did, and that's going to be the end of it. Lots of them don't have addresses, so there's some logistical issues that we encounter in trying to prosecute these as well. If people don't have an address and they don't show up to court, a bench warrant's issued, and then maybe subsequently they get picked up on the bench warrant and are taken to the county jail.
So that's the ripple effect.
That's the ripple effect, correct.
I just want to be clear that in this ordinance, loitering is a part of this too, right? But it's not it's an or?
That's a great question, Councilwoman Gunn, and yes, so it's really two parts. It's the accosting behavior that we've discussed, and it's also loitering. If you're in a public or private business and you're there without an apparent purpose, you're not doing business, you're not checking a book out of the library, You're not buying a cup of coffee at the coffee shop or buying a sub at the Subway, and you're asked to leave, which is again is a precursor to being found loitering, then you could also be trespassed as a private business, but you could be asked to leave, and if you don't, you could potentially be subject to arrest if you're causing a public disturbance or a nuisance. It's going to be those very significant issues. You know, maybe someone is being disorderly and causing violence or doing something else or scaring patrons at a business, that this ordinance would come into effect. The other aspect of the loitering is physically blocking the entrance or exit to any public or private building. So if you're actually literally standing, sleeping, sitting in a doorway, and the traveling public cannot get in and out of the door by virtue of you being there, that would be a violation of the loitering aspect of the ordinance as well.
But if I'm sitting in front of the post office next to the newspapers, that's not necessarily loitering.
Correct. Neither is being a Girl Scout asking for cookies or things of that nature.
Point of clarification, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention it. You're welcome to just loiter in the library as long as you stay awake. You can be there as long as we're open. You don't have to be checking out a book. Yeah.
Also, just another question for clarification on the loitering issue. Is that any different than existing laws on the books for and in regards to loitering?
So there's not a statewide, I shouldn't say that. There's aspects of other statutes that incorporate loitering in them. I mean, even, for example, the ordinance you just passed regarding nuisance gatherings has a loitering aspect. But generally speaking, if you're in a location without an apparent purpose and you're engaging in behavior that is disruptive or disorderly or affecting the ability of a person to conduct business, and you're not there for a lawful purpose, and you're asked to leave, that's the general definition of loitering. And so businesses have a right to ask anybody that they don't want to be there, as long as they're not discriminating, to leave the establishment if they're causing a nuisance by virtue of their loitering.
Mr. Attorney, does this apply to sidewalks? Oh, thank you.
What was the answer?
No, it would not apply to sidewalks. Unless you're obstructing the public right-of-way and affecting, that's already on the books. Same thing with roadways. You can't be obstructing a public right-of-way in the road. You can't be blocking the sidewalk and the ability. You can sit in a sidewalk, and if you can walk down the sidewalk without having to walk into the road, and someone happens to be sitting holding a sign, they're not going to be violating this ordinance. Because you can get by, they're not obstructing your ingress and egress along the public way.
Was there any consideration to have a separate accosting ordinance instead of sandwiching it with loitering?
There really wasn't, for two reasons. One, lots of times the conduct begets another. If someone is outside of a building and then comes into the building, and it's just easier to have it on the books under one ordinance versus two. I think it's just simpler from an enforcement perspective to do it that way.
I want to go back to what Mr. Mayor mentioned. You said previously the discussion appeared to be criminalizing homeless individuals. Do we not see that showing up in this? Is that absent from this? Because I'm thinking of the individuals that are accosting. They typically have everything that they own on them, like the individuals that I've had encounters with or have witnessed. Can you give some clarity to that, or just like your understanding?
I'm sorry, ask that question one more time.
So yeah, so you've mentioned previously that the conversations around creating an ordinance it appeared to be criminalizing homeless individuals. Do you see this showing up? Criminalizing individuals in this inadvertently?
I think anything can happen inadvertently. I don't think that's the intention behind this. That's the reason that it does not mention panhandling at all, or someone's ability or right to ask for dollars, beg for dollars, whatever you want to call it. I think it's worded very well. I think it's got the proper definitions to answer any questions around the language itself. I would ask, is there something that you would like to change about it that would make you feel that it is not going to have that unintentional outcome?
In this moment, I feel like just the individuals that we're referencing they fall under the umbrella of homelessness. I think that's what so I think to some degree, there's a correlation to the individuals that we are discussing today. And that may be just my opinion, but I think there's some validity to that.
So there's nothing directly in here that you feel like you would want to change that would not have that undesired outcome?
Honestly, I think just the true essence of the ordinance includes homelessness, from my perspective.
It doesn't mention homelessness in here at all.
Well, it's poverty. Criminalizing poverty, I think, is what the mayor said, and I think why else would people accost you? I mean, we've been talking about money and costing for money, so I mean, I'm with you on that.
Maybe misuse a word. Maybe I meant to say
Yeah.
poverty.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that's why, I mean, that's what I'm grappling with too, is like, why would what is any other reason that people sit outside the post office or follow you to the ATM or follow a wait staff with tips in their pocket? What are other reasons that they do that if it's not asking for money? So we've taken the word panhandling out of there, and I get that we're applying this to the behaviors, but the intent is to ask for money.
I think the intent is their intent is definitely to ask for money. It's when they keep doing it that's a problem. I have a problem with thinking that there are visitors to our downtown who have to say, please leave me alone more than once. And there is a huge distinction, I think, between poverty and homelessness. There are professional beggars who don't stop at the first no, because in sales, no's just the beginning. So this strikes at the heart of that. Will it, or how about this? Could it apply to people who are homeless? Yes. Could it apply to people who are impoverished? Yes. Could it apply to someone who just wants a piece of gum because they see me chewing gum? And I say, no, I don't have any more gum. And they keep asking me. It applies to that person too. So we have to think about what kind of downtown do we want? As it sits right now, this takes care of everybody. This respects the right of the person who walked out of the Chase. See the restaurant owner back there with their apron full of tips, walking to the free parking lot 9, the illuminated parking lot 9. As they walk through the dark area, they get asked for money. They say no. The person keeps following them. They get to the car, puts their hand on the door, and won't let them open it. That's what we're talking about. You want to stand in front of the post office next to the Girl Scout, where Girl Scout's selling cookies. You're asking for money. That's fine. Both can be true. But we have a tool. We don't have a tool right now to address the negative behaviors. We need to address the negative behaviors of asking for money. This isn't just, hey, you got any spare change? This doesn't talk about that at all. It doesn't criminalize it at all. It's, hey, you got any spare change? And by the way, I know you got some in your cup holder, so I'm following you to your car. that's what we need to address. There is a distinction, there is a differentiation, and I understand like the sympathy and the sympathetic viewpoint that comes across, like this could be leveled broadly, could be a problem, but I don't think that we have the situation in Jackson where that's gonna happen, because we have this discussion happening tonight to round out what we're talking about, some definitions in the ordinance put together by Matt and the chief to figure out what behavior are we trying to work ourselves away from, and what do we understand as compassionate people is acceptable. And I think this gets to what we need to get done.
Mr. Mayor. Also, not having been on council the last time a similar concept was brought up here, which Google led me to, which the AI in Google is just garbage.
Trash.
I gotta say. But it brought me to the September 14th, 2021 meeting, which I pulled out the packet, and I'm looking at the aggressive panhandling ordinance draft. And to me, and I think that Councilmember Hunt, like, I understand where you're coming from with this, and it does make sense. And to me, I see incredibly clear distinctions between the 2021 draft and what we're talking about now. In 2021, the whole ordinance, as I'm reading it, and it's not much longer than what we're talking about tonight, literally says, no person shall beg or solicit, and then it's got like 15 bullet points that you can kind of see here that line out all the different things that you cannot do. And to me, that is criminalizing poverty, because that is saying under no circumstances can you beg or solicit or functionally be poor or homeless in these areas or at these times or doing these things. To me, I would have absolutely voted no on that and raised hell about it. To me, what we're talking about tonight is a clear distinction, because it does not address the act of asking for money, but it addresses the act of accosting somebody, or of loitering, which we do need to not have, because that does become a problem for businesses and for the public. So for me, I'm comfortable with the content and the intent of this ordinance in a way that I would have been aggressively against the content and intent, the content of the previous draft. And so for me, I would be comfortable with this. I do appreciate the city attorney's explanation of why having this be a misdemeanor instead of a civil infraction makes sense. I take that at face value. I'm not entirely comfortable with it, but I do understand where it's coming from. So I just want to say, like, as somebody who I think understands where you're coming from, Shalonda, on this, without trying to push you one way or another, I would say that I see a clear distinction between what was happening 3.5 years ago and what we're talking about now. Thank you.
You reminded me of one thing that I do want to mention just for council's education, which is the accosting itself can only be a violation of the accosting ordinance in 4 specific instances that are outlined in the ordinance. And those are accosting someone within 20 feet of an ATM, in a public transportation vehicle, or within 20 feet where people are picked up or dropped off, in any outdoor dining area, or within 20 feet of an outdoor space where individuals are consuming food or beverages, and finally, at any permitted special event, or within 20 feet of an entrance or exit to a special event. So there's a multitude of places where protected First Amendment, free speech, panhandling, or asking for money, soliciting funds from the general public is reasonable, protected, and would not be violative of this ordinance in any event unless it's within those 4 categories. Just wanted to point that out.
I don't generally do this, but I do think we are like questioning the if this is an equitable practice. I think this would be a good time to ask for our DEI officer to weigh in on the issue if he so wishes to as well. I would just be curious his opinion.
Is the mic on? I always would definitely speak up against anything that would criminalize poverty. So I think the ordinance that Connor read before was doing exactly that. It was criminalizing poverty in that it was preventing people in need from being able to ask for what it is that they needed. The difference that I see in this rule, there's a couple of things. One of the biggest differences, even before we get to that, is the work that the city of Jackson has done along the way. When the previous ordinance came, I didn't feel that we had exhausted or we'd done the things that we needed to do to make sure that we were helping prepare people that were in these life situations. Now we've done the Affordable Housing Board. Now we've done the thing with Tomlinson and with RIA. We've done some things, some steps to help people get into a better situation. The most important thing for me with this is that we're understanding that this is to happen, this is to be a violation only when a reasonable person, in these situations where a reasonable person would consider themselves at risk of danger. That's what makes the difference to me. While we definitely want to protect the rights of those that are less fortunate than ourselves and never, ever criminalize poverty, we also want to make sure that we're not putting at risk of the other parts of the community as well, and doing everything we can to help them. So in terms of equity, I'm always for finding equitable things that we are doing. One of the things the police department has done has brought in a mental health counselor with them. So we're taking some steps to address it in a different way other than just making arrests and writing tickets. So from that standpoint, with the understanding that the offenses are two offenses where a reasonable person would have a cause to fear, to me, that's what makes it equitable.
Thank you. Council, any last comments, questions, concerns?
I do. Just because I didn't quite get the 20, is it 20 inches away?
20 feet?
20 feet. That particular situation, if someone is 20 feet away, and they keep asking, is that a violation? Or am I, like if they're 20 feet away from me and they keep asking me for money?
So I think it's not, because from the distance between you and John Willis, you got time to make moves if you're feeling threatened, hop into business. So yeah, that's why it stopped like that.
Okay. And I'm going to support the first round. Say that. I know we have a second reading, but would there be, or would it be out of order for us to kind of get an update or a report on instances that we have after this is enforced? I mean, like to just kind of see how it went about or how it happened?
That's a great question. It's one of the questions I actually posed to the Assistant City Attorney in Grand Rapids when I asked them, when they rolled this, about a year ago, this time is when Grand Rapids enacted their ordinance. And I talked to him a few months ago now, but his short answer to me was they had not had a single instance in Grand Rapids, obviously an order of magnitude, has a much larger population and therefore homeless population. But they, to my knowledge, as he reported, did not issue any tickets under their ordinance for accosting behavior in approximately that year. So it may be different if council chooses to pass this ordinance and we've got some data we can provide, but certainly we can get that data and share it with council.
I just would be curious if we're running into a lot of that, or, and an update on how things were, just to, a little bit. I mean, because I'm looking at, the business owners too, I'm want to make it balanced and work out for all. I understand our business owners and their need to not have their customers pushed away because of this behavior. But I also don't want, I know those individuals, the individuals that are usually asking for money. And one is, they don't have an address, how are you gonna reach them? Then they end up with multiple, fees or fines, so, I don't know. I'm just trying to understand and be fair.
The biggest thing that pushed me to even bring this issue forward was not the conversation with the chamber, not the conversation with the business owners even. It was the conversation with the people who work and frequent downtown. Just having general conversations with people who are down here on a consistent, regular basis and hearing some of the experiences. And again, I think it goes back to what we talked about earlier and what I said earlier, like that perception is reality. And when you have an individual who's saying, like, I don't leave work until there's 3 or 4 people ready to leave work because I don't want to walk in the parking lot by myself. I don't come downtown after this hour because I don't want somebody to approach me. When I come into work early in the morning at this time, I'm always approached by someone at this time if I park in this parking lot, so I park somewhere different. And it's those personal experiences. And then, like, having some personal experiences myself, which, like, I worked in sales for 20 years, so I know how it works. When you say no, it's just the beginning. But I'm a hard no. And I walk with confidence anywhere I go to. And there are times where there's certain individuals who are in the downtown area where it doesn't matter who you are, they will have the ability to intimidate you and to make you feel accosted. And I think that this is providing some protection for those individuals from the opposite side. One of the biggest things, I mean, I was not, like I said, not on council when that first proposal for an ordinance came up, but I was adamantly against it and spoke out against it in that meeting, saying, like, this is literally criminalizing poverty. I've been homeless before, so the last thing that I want to do is take someone's right away to be able to ask for whatever it is that they feel like they need, and it is a constitutionally protected right. But I do think that we owe the rest of the citizens in this community the right to feel protected in instances when they feel threatened in a situation. And there's been multiple stories that I've heard from multiple different people from multiple different parts of the downtown area specifically, who have all kind of said the same thing and had the same experiences.
Well, I appreciate this discussion. It has answered some of my questions and provided some clarity. I would like to see, I will be in support of this tonight. Additionally, I would like to go back to what we have already tried. And so I want to see a both-and approach. If we've already, business owners have given out those little guides or whatever, that should be a continuous effort, right? So if we could go back to that and couple that with this ordinance. And then lastly, I'm not sure that I received an answer on how will we educate individuals that this will impact.
Maybe in the back of that card would be a good place for it. I mean,
For us to add something, okay.
yeah. So I think that card is only one-sided right now.
It is right now, but like I said, it needed to be edited before this potential action, so let's just be put into the mix.
And who would be a part of that process to add some content to the back of that card?
It'll be a loosely formed group that still maintains from our previous meetings. So it'll be like me and the chamber, and I'll get Aaron involved to design it again. And the service providers around provided input on it as well. A couple of business owners looked at it too, but it was largely service provider driven, saying like, these are what they need to know. These are the numbers they need to know. These are the people they need to know. So that's really who drove it the last time.
So I have the list still. So there was someone from TTI, the Interfaith Shelter, Lifeways, United Way, Michigan Works, some food resources providers, and a few others, I believe, like you said, from the chamber.
Thank you.
Included in the conversation. Any other comments?
I just think it's important that all humans experience psychological safety. We have a right to feel safe. And if this ordinance will ensure that or promote that, I strongly support.
The clerk will tally and display the vote. Councilmember Wood. Okay. There we go. Okay, item passes unanimous. Brings us down to city council member comments. Councilmember Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was a great discussion. I know it probably went longer than some people wanted, but I thought that was a really good and healthy conversation that we just had, so kudos to all of us. I'd like to thank Mayor Mahoney and council for, on the consent calendar, we appointed a constituent and neighbor of mine to a couple of boards tonight. Ms. Hathaway is a conscientious homeowner and neighbor, and I think anybody who looks at her application will be impressed, and I'm really excited to see what she brings to the city. I'd also remind members of the public that it is extremely, extremely bigoted to obliquely refer to LGBT people as groomers. That kind of rhetoric is baseless, it's uncalled for, it's not supported by the data, and it leads to an atmosphere of hatred that, God forbid, leads to violence. We do not need that in our city. It is not welcome in our city. I would ask all members of the public to be thoughtful about the way in which they conduct themselves and the words that they choose to speak. We have freedom of speech in this country. We have freedom of speech in this room during public comment. Freedom comes with responsibility. I choose to exercise my responsibility, and I would encourage others to do so that we can continue to have freedom in this country for everybody. I'd also like to thank, as always, city staff for their hard work and their patience in answering my questions, which does remind me that I've got a follow-up question for the manager and attorney after the meeting. Thank you.
Councilmember Hunt.
No comment tonight, thank you.
Councilmember Foregrave. Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a couple of things. I do want to thank staff for all that you do. I have talked to a few of you over the last month or so, different things that have cost my my table as the First Ward City Council member. But I appreciate your help and being very thoughtful in giving me the answers that I need to pass along if to constituents. But I do want to remind everyone of my upcoming Ward 1 neighborhood meeting. It will be on Thursday afternoon. No, it's starting at 3 in the afternoon, 3 p.m. We will be discussing information around groceries for the south side of town, the grocery store, whatever we've got in the works, just giving people some answers. And I'm looking for some input if what I'm being told is true. I'm hoping that those people come and voice and let me know how they feel, what they'd like to see. Our Madam Clerk is going to come and talk about the early voting process so that the members of the ward can get an understanding of voting and the early voting process. And then Our community development department will be there talking about the home rehabs for homeowners, that program. And hopefully we'll have a nice meeting and be able to come back with information to help me and then help my residents get an understanding of what we're doing here at City Hall. Thank you.
Councilmember Gunn.
I have a lot to say. No, I'm just kidding. No comments from me tonight, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I just like to give a shout out to DPW. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't say, it's at King Center. Sorry. My meeting is at MLK Center at 3 p.m. on Thursday. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry.
No problem at all. I appreciated the discussion tonight and the questions on all of the issues, all of the subjects. One thing that I am confident in is the intention behind everybody who's serving here. I don't think that I've said it yet how much I appreciate the diverse opinions and the hard work that everybody who is on this dais puts into the most times thankless job that we have to serve this community. And also want to echo Councilmember Wood's comments about the way we choose to use and express our opinions here. I just really appreciate everybody and the value that they bring to helping us push Jackson forward. That's it, Mr. City Manager.
I would just like to echo the comments that the discussion tonight is a great example of excellent policy making. We talk about issues from all sides, and we seek understanding, and we don't stop until we feel comfortable that we have the answers that we want. That is how we make the best policy, and that's really great. It's nice to see. That's all.
So move.
Support.
Until next time.